Alright, hello all. Computer disassembly stream first. But yes. Alright, so... Yes, thank you. It would be a much more wonderful PC if it was working for me. But this has been giving me no end of trouble. Oh, this is a Coke Zero, Selly. So for anyone who hasn't been around in the last couple of weeks, the reason I have not been streaming more Dyson Sphere is because this little number has been throwing all sorts of blue screens. I have replaced half the components in it, and it is still causing problems, so today we are replacing the boot drive and the motherboard. And that requires disassembling this whole thing, because this is, no, this is a PCIe to NVMe adapter. There are two 4TB hard drives on here for source recordings. Nope, see? Coke Zero. So we are streaming from the laptop at the moment. And this needs to come apart. I figure it is a good opportunity to clean everything inside, get some gunk out of the water cooling loop, all that fun stuff. The RAM is not water cooled, no. There's just tubes for the CPU passing over it. Why am I undoing that one? That doesn't go to anything. Off to a great start, folks. How is the sound balance? How is my voice versus the music? I can turn the music down if need be. It's kind of loud for me. Skin reveal. Yes, I am pasty white. I believe I am strictly related to a tub of Crisco. Didn't know there was music. It says it's coming through. There should be some space age music coming through. Is that not happening? It says it's happening. Hang on. Let me see if I can turn that up for you all. I hear it on YouTube. Music is fine. It exists. Okay. Mic voice is fine. Good. I'm a little farther away from it than I usually am. Alright, let's see here. Chloe, I'm albino, so I'm whiter. Oh, let's see here. Unscrew you, unscrew all of you. Oh, and of course we get an O-ring coming off with it. Glorious. That is okay. We can work with that. Narrow face reveal, but I just look like Mo. No, I look like, I tried giving up yet. I don't give up, which is a blessing and a curse. Oh, I just realized I have to unplug the LED from behind before I can actually get this graphics card out. Oh. Okay. Sorry, this is not going to look too interesting for a moment here. Alright, thumb screws go over there. Okay. Yank, yank, yank. Get all of this out. Does this latch on? I forget. No. There we go. Okay. There is a, let's see, which way? This way. Nolly for RGB. Nice little device for controlling all of your odds and ends if you have an older motherboard like mine that doesn't have all of the headers you need for that sort of thing. Okay. Please don't crunch anything important. Oh, and one of the feet is coming off the computer case. That's lovely. Alright. Ooh, okay. A few drips of water here. I had to yank 160 servers out of a data center yesterday. My hands hurt. I bet. That sounds horrendous. Okay. There is still some water in that block. Let's dump that onto a washcloth. You know what would be great is if you would absorb that water. Hello, Nikki. Way more confident moving my PC around than you are. It comes from having had to do this a lot. Basically every bit of tech support know-how that I have has come from breaking something at some point. And one thing that's good for is giving you a great sense of what will actually hurt the device and what will not. Okay. That is one water-cooled 3090, which we will put on the chair next to me for now. Specs. There is a 5800X3D under here. This, at the moment, is 2 16 gig sticks of RAM rather than 4 because these two that you can see over here are theoretically bad, which is one of the earlier things I discovered, which may have contributed to our issues here. Graphics card is a 3090. In here we have a 2.5 gig adapter. Like I said, a couple of NVMe drives and a PCIe adapter over here. There is a 850 watt Seasonic power supply in back. Make sure to RMA the RAM. So the first thing I'm actually going to be doing is testing that in the new motherboard, because I'm very curious to see whether it was actually the RAM that was the problem or whether it was my motherboard that was the problem. But assuming it's the RAM, yes, I will be trying to RMA that, and hopefully I will not end up like that poor bastard on Hardware Unboxed who might have gotten a refund for what the price was like 2 years ago. Okay. 2 NVMe drives in an adapter right here, 4 terabytes each. I was very lucky and got those used off of Amazon for like 180 a piece last summer or fall before prices started to spike. 2.5 gig network adapter out. Well, let's see, there's a 1 terabyte drive under here that we will be replacing, and a 2 terabyte drive over here just for game installs. Okay, let's see. Why don't we yank out some more of these tubes? Barely dodged the bullet, yes. I did not quite manage to dodge the bullet with this RAM. Got it about like halfway through the price increases, cost me like $270. But the same kit is $500 now, so I suppose I should count my blessings, yeah? Okay. Let's see. Will the cat show up in the video? She is currently on the bed licking herself. If she decides to hop up on the table at some point, she may make an appearance. She's already done that once. Yeah, see, it costs twice as much now, but it used to cost like half of what I paid for it. So, yeah, did not dodge that bullet entirely. Your previous 5900X was missing 4 pins. Oh god. I hope those were all power delivery or ground pins or whatever. Okay. Let's see. Should take this CPU block off. Actually, let's get the RAM out first. Ugh. Okay, the 2 good sticks over there. I've marked the 2 bad sticks with some frog tape. Oh dear. That... I don't know what's happening over there, but it looks like something just broke. Had a 3080 Ti, but died in September and got a 5070 Ti as a replacement. That is not a bad upgrade right there. Okay. How much of a pain are you gonna be? One pin. Come on. Okay, why did this one pop out entirely when the other 3 are captive? I wonder if that's that piece that just came off. Okay, come here. There we are. Alright. 1 CPU block. Yeah, of course that's what happened. Okay. So you probably can't see this, but this tiny little piece just came off the other side of this peg here, and that is apparently what was keeping that captive, so I'm gonna have to find a way to put that back on. Hopefully without dropping it onto the floor like I just did. Okay, I see where that's supposed to go in. So that clips... Let's see, can I do this without dropping anything? Ooh. That digs into your finger. Okay, no, I'm gonna need a tool for that. That will have to wait. In the meantime, get some of this thermal grease off my hand. Actually, why don't we just clear this off while I'm thinking about it? Okay. Okay, we'll fix that up with rubbing alcohol in a bit. Let's see. I want a washcloth that is not wet yet. to try and get that thermal grease off of that CPU. Let's see. I'm enjoying everyone's upgrade stories. Yes, you have music now. Okay, good. Okay, that looks basically clean. Alright, we are not even gonna mess with letting this CPU exist pins out on a table. Instead, you're gonna finish cleaning off the thermal grease. Not pull any pins in the process would be great. Okay. Let's see here. Isopropyl alcohol for clearing off thermal grease. Just a little bit of that onto this washcloth. Get the last little bits of grease off here. NVIDIA dropped 32-bit CUDA into the 50 series. I want to say they actually added that back in a driver update not too long ago. Okay. That looks pretty clean. We are going to pop that immediately into the new motherboard. And you might be thinking, hey, that looks a lot like your old motherboard, and it does. I got one of exactly the same make and model, so that I don't have to mess around with reinstalling drivers or any crap like that. In theory, I can just drop this in, restore from an image backup, and go. Which would have been the speedy thing to do if this had gotten here when it was supposed to, like 4 days ago. They only added support for select 32-bit physics games. Okay. Hello, Kana. Let's see. What do we still have to yank out here? All of those cables, 2 SSDs. Okay. Let's start with what we know. I'm gonna need a smaller bit for that. Windows activation will still freak. Maybe? I forget if it's tied to like a hardware ID on the motherboard or if it's just based off a collection of the hardware IDs from the various chips and whatnot. I honestly don't know. PC giveaway. I don't even know what kind of key I have. I just installed from an ISO and it didn't complain about activation. But I do not plan on paying for a new key, let's put it that way. Okay. Here we have this horribly mangled thermal pad, which we are going to be replacing with brand new thermal pads. If I can figure out what thickness that is. It looks like 1 millimeter. But for now, we are going to yank this horrible gunk off. I just run an activation server on my LAN. Nice. I usually get by with scripts. Okay, let's see. Actually, I don't have to bother taking that out, do I? Because that is the one that we are leaving. Okay, you, however... You down in this horrible corner we have to get out. Let's see. Still running off the license of my boxed copy of Windows 7. That is beautiful. I used to have... This is really dating myself here, but I used to have a Windows XP license key memorized because I'd had to reinstall it so many times that I just knew the 25 hex key right off the top of my head. Really came in handy for a few friends at school who needed licenses and didn't know where to get one, because back then they didn't actually send that out to the internet to check. Just did it meet the formula, and if so, you were good to go. Alright, 2 terabytes of game installs there. Okay, let's see, these fans have to come out on bottom. Let's do this bit. I have an XP VM. I have considered doing the same thing, if only to get Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic to not freak the hell out. That never really got properly updated. Oh, that's Hex, not Phillips. Whoops. Never really got properly updated for modern systems. That's square. What is this? Does this fit? That fits. Great. Pumping activation code from the back of school PCs. That is a great way to do it, honestly. Let's see. This screw somewhere, it's not gonna run off on me. I guess on top of the laptop is good enough for now. Many of all sorts of screws around here, but I don't like losing M.2 screws if I can avoid it. Wait, there were Windows activation files in... There were Windows activation keys in the Epstein files. That's incredible. Alright, come on. It showed the activation key on the bottom of his laptop. Amazing. Okay, one more screw. And all three of them go tumbling. Not that I care. Okay. Yeah, this radiator's gonna have to come out too. Alright. So it goes. OneDrive starts auto-syncing files. Okay, 1, 2 there. Okay, if we could do this without breaking, that would be awesome. You do not want to come out. Let's see. I guess here's what we'll do. Let's loosen this radiator from the other side. Vista was good, fight me. I will not fight you on that, I agree, actually. 90% of what people hated about Vista was driver crashes that were not Microsoft's fault. They gave all of the graphics manufacturers like 9 months of lead time to make drivers for the new Windows Display Driver model, and none of them had it ready. Can I interest you in a crescent wrench? I have a, I don't think I need one for this. I think I can just loosen this radiator and yank it back a bit, which I was gonna take out anyway. There we go. The beauty of replacing this motherboard is I don't actually need to be careful. Oh, and a whole bunch of water comes pouring out, which is why... Ooh, and dust. Okay. Which is why, I don't know if you guys can make this out against the white desk, but there is a towel laid under here. Ugh. Look at that. That's with a dust filter. Gross. Okay. Oh, thanks, cat. I don't know that all of this is from the cat. Oh, jeez, it's floating everywhere. I don't know that all of this is from the cat, actually. Some of this is cat hair, and other is... I have no idea what, but, ugh. Yuck. Yeah, the stack of towels is mostly for, a little bit is for wiping off thermal grease, but most of this is going to be for cleaning up water that I did not manage to drain out of the loop. I did my best to drain it before starting this, but there's always going to be a little left over. Nice thing is, it doesn't matter if water gets on this motherboard, because I don't have to care about that. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to grab a vacuum. Ugh. Also throw this dust ball out. Okay, this might be horribly loud, so maybe turn down your volume. Sound is actually pretty good. Good. Okay. Okay, the rest of that will get wiped down rather than vacuumed off. Distilled water for the loop. Comes in handy. Okay, if you could absorb instead of just staying there, that would be awesome. There we go. Checking my taskbar to see if I left Factorio open. Yeah, if you hear an iPhone go off at any point, that is probably also me. Okay, how are we doing? I would happily put on Tool or Mars Volta or something if it wouldn't get copy struck, but I have no desire to trigger the YouTube bots. Okay, let's see, that just has water, that's still clean enough. Alright. There we go. Alright, now, do you have any extra in here? Oh, yeah. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm actually going to do that over the sink. That is plenty. Okay, one cleaned and drained radiator. For the next 5 days, I will be completely unable to work on any of my projects. That's sad. Why is that? Okay, I think that's as good as that's going to get. Ooh, and there's some lovely corrosion inside one of these fittings. I don't know if you can see the green on this one next to my thumb here. Well, that's what we're tearing this whole thing down for, right? Take the opportunity to clean it all out. And no, interesting times, these are not Hi-Fi Mans, although I do have a pair of Aria Stealth by my desktop computer right now. This particular headphone is a Focal Lensis. Closed back. Yeah, that's gonna require a brush. I don't know that this is corrosion. Actually, it may just be like bacterial buildup or something. But there is certainly plenty of it. Ugh. I just use a pair of HD 600s. Those are great headphones. Ugh. Yeah, okay. We'll get that with a brush later. Yeah, that's gunky as hell. Ugh. See ya, Nikki. Your mic is a Shure SM7B. Dang. You got the good stuff over there. Do you not run an antimicrobial? I usually do just pure distilled. I did a... that balanced? Okay, I think that's balanced. I did a all-in-one solution for a while, but it had colorant in it, and that tends to fall out of solution in not terribly long, so I just stopped doing it. Thank you for the updated sub, Blauel. I'm sorry I haven't been around to actually do anything on stream for a little while, but that's what we're trying to fix, yeah? Okay, what is this stuck on? Oh, it's stuck because I cable managed. Alright, undo that. Come on. Okay, Velcro strap. Never cable manage without them. Let's see. Okay, is that all of them? Well, plugged into the motherboard, that probably doesn't help either. Okay. 3 Arctic reverse blade P12M fans. Where am I putting these? The space the cat is taking up on the bed is increasingly valuable. Alright, might as well undo this while I'm back here. Yes, PC fixing / cleaning stream. We are replacing the motherboard and the boot drive because I have been having some persistent storage error. One of those is at fault, and I did not really care to replace one at a time to diagnose which one, so we're just replacing both. Yeah, mics and headphones never go out of date. That is... Headphones do sometimes, a little. Technology has gotten a lot better around headphones over the years. But it is definitely true that they still work just as well as they did when you first got them. They're great for buying used. I have bought... I mean, I got my mic new because it was $50. But I think every single pair of headphones I own I have gotten secondhand. That might change in the next couple of months, but I don't know for sure. Oh, we have some water over here. Lovely. I'm squishing a Velcro cable and it is dripping water. Velcro cable tie, rather. Oh, let's see here. Oh yeah, there's water behind that rubber grommet. Just kind of everywhere. Okay. How about we take as much of this out of the case as possible, and then leave that to the side for a while to dry off. That seems like the thing to do. You have Aria Stealths, what are you buying? I have discovered that I am a closed-back person. Like, the Aria Stealths have great sound quality, but their open nature just actively distracts me. Okay. Some of that just comes from having loud HVAC in the apartment. Let's see. Where does this temperature sensor go? There's where it goes. I have tinnitus, so closed backs drive me crazy. That sucks. Usually tinnitus is, or at least the people I know with it, it seems to be aggravated around particular frequencies, more so than, like, open versus closed backs. Only in one ear. If you wish to burden me with them, I think I could handle it. Like I said, a great sound quality. I just don't think they're for me. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, let me just unplug all of the front panel stuff all at once here. USB, front audio, water pump, and all of the front panel stuff. That's, oh god, I'm gonna have to rip out the manual for this again, aren't I? Okay, see if I can remember this. Power, let's see, HDD, LED. And the reset is what appears to be pins 1 and 3. Oh, there. Okay, that's the power LED. Oh, it's labeled. It's just extremely tiny. Okay, that'll be nice for when we go to put all this back together. Alright, get out. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to take out power supply before I can do that, aren't I? Alright. One thing at a time, I guess. Okay, what did I do with my screwdriver? Here we go. Let's see. Try not to bump the microphone for you all. And immediately fail. Okay. Those there. You know what, I'm gonna move this. Apologies for any mic noise. Okay. One Seasonic Focus 850 watt. In fact, tinnitus doesn't always mean you have hearing loss. Yeah. Isn't it just like ringing without necessarily any other symptoms, I think? At least that's my understanding. Alright, come on, get out. I think my tinnitus is a neurodivergence thing. The more overstimulated I am, the louder it gets. I don't know that that's how the science works, but it's your experience. Who am I to doubt you? There we go. There. Alright. Free power supply. You can go on the floor. Okay, what do we have here? That is power for the RGB controller, or ATX power cable, floor. PCIe power cables, floor. UPS power cable, floor. Alright. What does that leave us with here? USB, let's see, that's a temperature sensor. Do we want to take that out? Probably should. It would be nice to clean the distro plate at the same time as everything else. Okay, everything... What's this? Did this connect to anything? I'm not sure it connected to anything. Okay, floor, we'll deal with you later. Let's see. Fans, need to get those out. Okay, here's a question for the ages. What did I do with the plug for this? I have this bendable fitting as an inlet port, and this, I don't know if you can see in the camera, just barely, drain port. And I took the fittings out to drain them, and I don't know what I did with them. I have spares, but... Switching over to YouTube here as well, Twitch does not like the hotel Wi-Fi. Fascinating. Okay, let's see. If memory serves... Oh gosh, yeah, that's still dripping. Ugh. I doubt you can see that, but that is soaked right here. Okay. Need to loosen up these ATX screws a bit to be able to get at this 4-pin header that I stuck behind there very deep. Okay. You out of the way. No, that's water. Okay. Let's see. You know what, let's get the board out first before we do anything else. Alright. Screw number 4. Screw number 5. Oh, great. Screw number 6. Out. Great. Screw number 7. More cat hair dust. Yeah. Number 8 and number 9. Alright. That should... Alright. One motherboard and SSD out of here. Don't need that. Water behind here. Goodness, it has really gotten everywhere. Water by the PCIe slots. Yeah, should probably Keep that around. We will be needing you. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Fans out, radiator out, distro block out. Go from there. Where was that bit that I was just using? This one, I think. There we are. Ooh, you're a toughie. Ugh. So I know it's not primary day everywhere today, but it is here in Illinois. Has everybody remembered to vote in their elections? If appropriate. No response on elections. I'm assuming that means everyone has done their due diligence. Oh, that's why you're not falling. There we go. Okay. Stuck on something? We are stuck on something. Okay. Oh, still one more. Not American, so can't help you there. Fair enough. Have I watched The Expanse? I have not. That is on my to-watch list, which is way too long of a list. But it seems like the kind of thing that would be up my alley. There we go. 3 normal-bladed Arctic P12s. Sending best vibes for a good result. Thank you. We're keeping our governor, at least. Pritzker is running unopposed, which I am not complaining about. Dude has been a damn good governor. Alright. Oh, come on. Okay, this one does not want to come out. Evacuation day in Boston, what does that mean? Oh, gosh. Ugh, look at that. You guys see how horribly green and gunky that is? Gross. Ah, the evacuation of British forces from Boston. Very much something worth celebrating. Okay. Let's see, that's where to put you. Sorry, this is not going to be a very interesting visual for a minute here. Always on St. Patrick's Day. Not a state holiday, only in Suffolk County. Wonder if that's because it took British forces longer to evacuate from everywhere else, or what? Either that or Boston is just special. Okay. There we are. Alright. Second radiator. And more green gunk. Ugh. Okay. I'm gonna put that right side up for now. Where am I going to put that is a better question. Alright. Let's get all these screws off. Okay. Let's see here. You could also use some cleaning. Apologies for the vacuum again. Whoop. On the other side, that's fine. Bunch of debris from the cat scratching on the top of the case, but that can be lived with. My hometown has 2 separate World War II liberation days. Okay, any further? No, we're good. Alright. Any gunk. So I have Bunker Hill Day, which is June 17th. That one I am passingly familiar with from my early education. Or at least a battle of. Alright. Let's see. Put a pile up there. Okay, better than we started, at least. Let's see, where do we want this? We balanced one radiator on the arm of a chair. Okay. Now, let's see, I would like to shake the debris off of this. How do I move everything off so I can do that? Motherboard, power supply, radiators, fans, PCI slots. Okay, that's fine. Shake all that junk off before putting you back. Okay. Oh, let's see. I guess the last thing to take out of the case before we can clean that extra plate. Give me just a second. I'm going to wash my hands again. These feel dusty and gross. Ugh. Okay. Let's see here. Last thing before we can start cleaning is to get this distro plate out of here. That back so you can see it on camera. I'm having second thoughts about taking this out. No, I kind of need to. I want to crack this thing open. I have to keep avoiding the urge to buy a new PC case at home. Mine is perfectly good, but I like the process of rebuilding it. Yeah. Gosh, I need to be careful what I wish for, because not too long before this series of hardware failures started happening, I was getting the itch to buy and build something new just because it had been a while since the last time I had done any of this. And I guess in a way I got what I wished for. New Philip DeFranco show dropped. I've only seen a couple things by him. Doesn't he do drama news type updates? Okay. I feel like he's one of those people I should be familiar with, but I'm just kind of not. Dropping water from distro plate onto my leg. Okay. Go here for a second. It is amazing how light that PC case is when there's nothing inside. Very tempted to get a nice 3U chassis so I can throw the whole thing in a flight case for LAN parties. I mean, that sounds like a fun project. Okay, temperature sensor. 2 more fittings. Okay. Can we get this one out? You're fine. Not by hand we can't. Alright, 1 second, I'm getting some pliers. Back in a bit. See you soon, Chloe. Boy, that does not want to come out, does it? Filled with gunk. There we go. We got there. Alright. Now, question of the day. Do I bust this thing open so I can actually clean the inside? Not super jazzed about the prospect of having to reseat these O-rings. But it is also kinda awful in there. Let me think. I do have some flexible brushes around here. Oof. Yeah. Already my fingers are getting torn up. Jeez. Okay. Come on. There we go. Custom water cooled, yeah. Both beauty and pain. Let's see, can this actually fit in here? Not really. So brushes do that. Not really either. Okay. It would appear... well, it would also appear that I am bleeding. Rite of passage, I suppose. Alright. If I'm actually gonna clean the inside of this thing, I'm gonna need to crack it open. Which is not the answer I wanted. Oh. Especially because half of those hex screws are behind this LED strip, which is glued on. it still being a pain. I mean, it's a water-cooled loop. It's just going to be a pain in general, no matter what. Okay. I think maybe the way is to flush it. Let's see. Yeah, upside looks cool. So upside looks cool, and temperatures and noise, like really the reason I did it, other than the just to say that I did it, was because I hate fan noise. Hate with a burning passion. Okay. Let's see. 2 spare plugs in here. Okay. Tell you what, first things first. Let's wipe down the outside. Noxua for the win. Yeah, I have the next best thing, which is a bunch of Arctic P12s. Which is about as good of a price-performance silent fan as you can get, and has RGB, so if you're not a fan of the Noxua look, Arctic P12s, highly recommended. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this on camera, but there's a bunch of green gunk in here that I would really like to flush out. Well, glad to have you, Nikki. Even if it was for a silly reason. Okay. This is the reservoir part, which means in theory it doesn't get a whole lot of water motion. So we're gonna try to introduce that ourselves. Scrub, scrub, scrub. It actually does help a decent amount. But it's clearly gonna need a few goes. Come on. Chelsea all loose, drain. Looking noticeably improved. Hello again, Chloe. Alright. News was depressing. What happened in the last, 2 hours since I looked? Okay, that is, I think, as clean as that's getting without cracking open the whole thing. Let's see, a few lingering specs in here. Let's see. That is going to have to be good enough, I think. Holly Market led to death threats to a reporter. And college Republicans being fascist. I mean, what else is new there? Okay. Let's see. That is clean enough for now. Let's try and get some of the concat next. Whoopsies. Okay. How's that look? Much improved. On my new server, sadly, I forgot drive prices are absolute crap. Yeah. I have been wanting a new 12 terabyte drive for my NAS as well, just for safety margin, and boy, this is really not the right time to go buying, is it? For the same reason everything else is up, Mickey, because AI data centers are eating it all. Okay. Not perfect, but much better. Now the unenviable task of remembering which radiator I put in which spot. I think I put the bigger one up top. That seems right. I work for a hosting provider and it all sucks. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I can't imagine anything is any easier for you guys. Lovely username. Oh no, interesting times. And yes, I am lucky enough to be sitting on a 5800X 3D myself, and I plan on carrying this thing as far as it'll take me. See, I'm not convinced it's gonna take that long, Fire Wizard. Yes, I do have you doing my offsite backups, Chloe. Thank you very much. Like, prices are up right now because all of these are supply contracts that are being made. And if the entities that are penning those contracts literally aren't around anymore, all of that capacity doesn't just vanish into the ether. It has to go to someone else. Wait, I know how to tell which one was in which place. Which one has the extra bullshit? Yes, this one was on top. The cat likes to hop on top of this computer and scratch her claws against the grills on the top panel, so a bunch of her little claw BS gets into these fins, which you can kind of maybe see. I'm not sure if that comes through at all, but there's a bunch of, like, little... Hello, Sally. Fun redundancy story. Sure, Fire Wizard. Okay, let's see here. What now? I should probably clean some of these fittings next. Is my internet or something else? My end of things shows that it's fine. Few dropped frames, but nothing severe. Both Twitch and YouTube hitched for a second. I guess that was me. Apologies for that. Not much I can do from my end, though. I guess OBS does say 651 dropped frames. Let's see. How deep into this can we get? Transient, at least. That's good. Okay. Okay, discolored, but nothing awful. You, on the other hand... It's outer beds. Hold on. Unknown username. No, we are replacing the motherboard and the boot drive in my desktop computer. They have already been removed, but since this is a custom water cooling loop, I figured it was also a good opportunity to tear the whole thing apart and clean it, since I rarely, if ever, do that. Let's see. At my job, we have a big server to store all data with a redundant PSU setup in case one of them fails. One of them failed 6 months ago and was finally replaced about 2 months ago. That seems late. The other PSU that held it in those 4 months died 2 hours after the broken one was replaced. Oh gosh. 07. At the moment, it's a cleaning stream, but before too long, this will be a reassembly stream. Build a GPU starting with a bucket of sand and a kiln. Okay, that's about as clean as that gets. Yes, this is the kind of scenario that makes me wish I had redundant desktops. Because, 2 is 1 and 1 is none, as they say. Ugh. Say that was bad, and I say that was bad, and our IT guy says that was bad. It is always the bean counters, isn't it? I don't know how the bean counters convinced everyone that they could do engineers' jobs better than engineers could, but, that is one of the few return to the olden days that I can actually get behind, is put engineers back in charge of engineering things. I got my old Factorio save where I was building a CPU from combinators. That is... Every once in a while I get a, I've gotten a compliment on my circuitry skills from the End of the World video, and honestly, that thing is just a bunch of state machines. Like, it's not really terribly difficult. I would describe my circuitry skills as intermediate at best. Stuff like that, where you're building, like, actual logic circuitry and not just A, then B, then C in a glorified manner. That stuff is wild to me. This is why you didn't stream in a long time. This is exactly why I didn't stream in a long time. I did do a couple of 1 or 2 streams from my laptop where I was doing some blueprinting for an eventual all achievements Factorio run, but I was hoping to do some Dyson Sphere and couldn't because my desktop was being all sorts of problematic. And yes, good evening to you, Optic. Glad to have you. We're running 3D modeling software on a desktop so old we literally cannot update it to Windows 11. To be fair, Windows 11 system requirements are a little too heavy. Yeah, now after everything got expensive, pretty much. 2 of my... So you can see over here, there's 2 RAM sticks marked with tape. Those 2 16 gig sticks each have been throwing memory errors. I've had to swap out a PSU. Today I am in the process of replacing my motherboard and my boot drive, because I am still getting occasional storage exception blue screens whenever I've tried to stream Dyson Sphere. The weird thing is it's totally fine even under like graphics load, like 99.9% of the time. And I thought it was all under control, and then I went to stream some more Dyson Sphere and it died in like 5 minutes. You're running a management system for stock and orders that have been deprecated since '03. Oh goodness. Yeah, that's a little excessive. Okay, there is a ton of what appears to be corrosion in this particular fitting. And rubbing this with a washcloth is not getting it out. Here, can you guys see that? I don't know if that comes through on the stream at all, but there's all sorts... there, it kinda does. All sorts of lovely green gunk on the inside of that fitting. If I have any spares, I'm not sure that I do. I have spare plugs, but I don't think I have any spare fittings proper. No, I do not. Okay. If this doesn't come off, we may have to live with it, which will not be my first choice. Alright, let's bring up the big guns here. I shouldn't have dissimilar metals in my loop. Everything other than the GPU block I got from EK all at the same time, and the GPU block is also an EK block. Maybe an antibacterial wouldn't go amiss. Yeah, I do have some, I said earlier, I do have some all-in-one coolant that's, includes some antimicrobial, which I'll probably throw in, but the downside is that it also is, colored just white. But I know from experience now that that stuff falls out of solution pretty fast, which is just gonna gunk up the system more. Yes, there was a whole scandal with EK, and I got these parts before that scandal, so... Okay, that is just as good as that's going to get, I think. Not ideal, but I think we can live with it. See, whatever this stuff is, if it's corrosion or growth or whatever it is, it's clearly not bad enough to cause any leaks. Yeah, whole scandal is putting it lightly. Gamers Nexus did a whole, very long expose, or possibly two, I forget, about tax dodging and financial mismanagement of all stripes. It is not a pleasant picture over there in Slovenia or wherever it is that they're based. Jan did 2 videos, okay. I thought I remembered 2, but... Try some toothpaste. If I thought this was actually going to pose a problem, I would try some toothpaste, but I think it's going to be clean enough. And I would rather have a little bit left over of whatever this is, since it's lasted so long with that, with it being in that condition, than something new in the loop. I do not want to introduce just a little bit of toothpaste into the liquid and then have it turn out that the pump cannot deal with that, or whatever. Alright, let's try to speed this up a bit. Discoloration is fine, gunk is less so. If I can get the gunk off, I'm happy with that. This popped up on my feed, subscribed immediately. That is, not what I would have expected anyone to subscribe for, but I appreciate it. Yes, for anyone who, for whom this just crossed their feed and does not follow in the Discord, I have been having horrible computer issues for the last, 2.5 weeks straight. Those 2 sticks of RAM up in the upper left corner of your screen are throwing errors. I've had to replace the power supply. All this teardown is to replace the boot drive and the motherboard. And take the opportunity to clean out the liquid cooling loop while we're at it. Yes, I do have a Discord. You know what, let me get an invite link in the chats here. I know I have this somewhere around. Okay, this is going to be a bit too much of a pain to pull up, but if you go to any one of my YouTube videos and click in the description, any one of my recent YouTube videos anyway, like the last 2 or 3, there's a link in the description to join there. Yeah, sorry, there's no bot commands here. But it is a public invite link open to all. Come on. Okay, that looks fine. Let's see. What's the main channel? The main channel is, it should be under Neuroplastic, but, technically if you do, the YouTube URL with the @ for the channel name, it's Neuroplastic Ideas. You will know it because it has an icon of the cleaner robot Mo from WALL-E as the avatar. Okay. But yeah, main should be linked under either the description here or the, there's a link in the bio for this live stream channel. Funny thing, just because of that bit with the bot in your Mega Base video and your voice, I clicked subscribe. People have all sorts of wild reasons for subscribing. It always surprises me. But I have gotten... The voice is a big one, which I owe to my father. I did speech team when I was in high school. Or I guess some of you might know it as forensics. And I swear, every single meet there was at least one judge who wrote on their comment sheet, is your other event radio? Because you have a really nice speaking voice. And so my junior year of high school, I gave up and I did radio as one of my events. And without fail, one judge every single time, you have a really nice speaking voice. Like, thank you, I know. Still have your Mega Base vid every so often to go to sleep. You are not the only one. Chloe around here has me on a sleep playlist. All of my 0 to the End of the World and Space Age just on a... Goes to sleep to the first one and wakes up to the last one, I guess. Okay. Ooh, that's some nasty corrosion on that one. Let's use that water. Yeah, speech team was a very fun high school activity. I really enjoyed that one. Even for a hardcore introvert such as myself, the ability to get up in front of a crowd and just talk about what you want to talk about for 6 to 8 minutes? Mwah! Chef's kiss. It's great. I think I subscribed with the Train Megabase video. Yeah, that is, assuming we're talking about the same video, that is the first one. Ugh. All sorts of black and discolored and gross. Come here. High school clubs? Oh yeah, high school clubs are absolutely a real thing. I did speech team, I did Scholastic Bowl, which is like a trivia competition. Team trivia. Oh gosh, what else did I do? I mean band, but that's not really a club. There was a bunch of stuff. Okay, you go in the dirty pile over here. There's still a bit of this. Do we need to clean off any of this? Would not go amiss. Y'all live in a weird country. Honestly, when it's not being led by a fascist, it's a really fun country. I was a recluse because I got bullied in high school. I'm sorry, that sucks. Fourth grade was the bad year for me. By the time I got to high school, it was mostly okay. Worryingly unrealistic request at the moment. Don't I know it? But hey, voted in my primary elections today. Yes, insert the I'm doing my part gif here. I hope Kat wins her primary. Is that Kat, Abu Ghazala, or whatever her last name is? She's not in my district, so I didn't get the chance to vote for her, but she does seem like a good candidate. I have absolutely no idea why you know about her. I barely know about her, and I live here in Chicago. Fine. I watch too much YouTube, I mean, fair. You look okay. Ugh. Look at all that green grossness. Yuck. I see a programming channel. Do you code? I am a software engineer by trade. I don't really code on stream. I know it's a hard topic, but I want to know, is it really that bad with school shooters in the US? I mean, every time it happens, it makes news. It hasn't actually been that bad the last couple of years. But this is the gun country, so it happens way more often than it should. I don't want to make it sound like it happens every week or something like that, because it doesn't, but it's, what's the recurring Onion headline? No way to prevent this, says only nation where this regularly happens. That they just trot out that same headline every single time there's a new one. And yeah, there's something to that. Let's see. More green gross awfulness. I have local elections tomorrow, so I did one of those fun questionnaires. Out of the 9 possible parties, the highest agreeability I had was 35%. Oh. Yeah, see, that is the problem with party systems, isn't it? You don't just have to have one position represented accurately, you have to have all your positions represented accurately, and that's just not going to be the case for most people. I'm in school for computer and electrical engineering, might add software engineering after. Is it worth it? Honestly, I have trouble recommending software engineering to, like, new coders right now, like, especially at your age. Less because I think it's not valuable, I do, and more because I think AI is eating a lot of the entry-level positions in that profession. Whereas computer engineering, if you're designing the hardware, like, there's always jobs doing that. If you're gonna take software engineering, learn it for, like, architecture, like what makes good code versus bad code. But I would not recommend going directly from an ECE background into a programming position. 5 years ago maybe, but now I think you'd be better off in hardware. Just my opinion. Pre-LLM programmers are like pre-war steel. Honestly, I think pre-LLM text, just in general, is gonna be like pre-war steel. We are shedding corrosion something or other all over this desk. Brush that off best we can. Okay. I took some hardware courses now and am in love with FPGAs. Yeah, it's if you love the hardware angle of things, stick with hardware. Is my honest advice right now. I took some high-level hardware courses, like not, gosh, how do I describe those classes? We never had to, like, program on FPGAs or anything, but we learned about, like, computer architectures, like going up from gates into half and full adders and going up in complexity from there to, you know, basic von Neumann designs and CPU pipelining and that sort of thing. And I really enjoyed those classes. But once it gets into the actual electrical of it, I start to drop off, personally. Which is why I stuck with software. Kinda glad I made the switch to an infrastructure engineering position 3 years ago. Yeah, you had great timing. Okay, I think these are the last ones. Absolutely adore low-level coding and hardware. More power to you. I never got on too well with having to manage my own memory. I know it's how the computer understands things, but I want to think at a higher level than that. Ugh. Let's not bump the microphone, please. You look fine. You can stand to wipe down. Guess who has a sore back? I'm sorry. That sucks. whatever other medical issues you have, be glad you do not have a combination of chronic pain and ulcerative colitis like I had for a while. Because one of the fun little side effects of ulcerative colitis that nobody told you, or at least nobody told me, is that you can't have NSAIDs. Like Aleve, any kind of painkiller like that, just out. They cause ridiculous dehydration for some reason in conjunction with colitis, which I discovered when I had to go to the hospital for that. Because nobody told me. That was a fun one. Okay, can you turn this into a captive screw again, please? Could if it could get a decent grip. Ah, no. Just need you to clip back in. That's all. Aha, there we go. Okay. Good enough. Yeah, only acetaminophen. I have Tylenol and I have opioids and nothing in between. Okay, I'll have to give that another cleaning before slapping it back on. Okay, let's see. I think that is all of our fittings and... oh, almost all of our fittings. Almost forgot about our GPU block. Okay. How badly do I want to or not want to crack this open? There is some gunk in here. Yes, I have the Tylenol exposure. Got a corneal ulcer. How the hell do you get an ulcer on your cornea? I mean, I'm glad you got it diagnosed properly, but holy crap, man. Okay, let's see. Clean these separately. Fun fact, some of my meds can interact with NSAIDs. That's fun. You know, another fun one I learned not too long ago, grapefruit juice. Grapefruit juice screws with all sorts of medications. Yeah, eating a grapefruit is basically flexing on people who are on antidepressants. That sounds about right. I don't know if you guys can see. Yeah. I think I have to crack this open and clean that. That looks pretty awful. Oh, and those fittings aren't in great shape either. Okay. Where did that go? Okay. Bleeding in the brain, and oh goodness, what a laundry list. It's just gonna be discolored, I guess. Okay. Extremely grateful that I managed to pick up a gym habit, which has mostly replaced SSRIs for me. Yeah, man, as much as I extol the virtues of a good antidepressant, if you find something else that works, do something else. Do what works first, obviously, but if you can get by without medication, count yourself lucky. Okay. Can I actually crack this open without removing this lady strip? I kind of think I might not be able to. Oh, that screws in from the other side. Oh, that one definitely not. Okay. Tell you what, we're just gonna leave this intact. Attempts on this have been good, and I do not want to half open this up, have it not work, and then get a leak later. The doctor told me I shouldn't have caffeine with my SSRIs. Boy, I would not be able to live with that one. In fact, I'm gonna go get another can. Be right back. All right. Yeah, if it works, don't touch it. Okay. Let's see then. What order do we want to do this in? this might be... Yeah. I think we take the case back up. See if there's any of this that needs cleaned out. No longer on stimulants for ADHD, and today was not a good day. I'm sorry, Chloe. Please. The tap water at home is 50% calcium carbonate by molar mass. Yeah, it is not exactly soft water here in Chicago either. Yes, this is the Leon Lee 011. Which has its pros and cons, but it's been good to me. If I was building a new machine, / could afford to build a new machine today, I would probably be getting a height Y70, is it? Okay. Oh, that's fun. Wonder how that happened. We have a couple of pieces of these. Here, let me tilt this to show you. I have a couple pieces of these rubber grommets here which have just fallen off. I did not notice until just now, and that one is, yeah. Fun. Oh well, not exactly needed. Okay, if we could get the gunk out of that corner, that would be great. Ugh, gross. Nero didn't vote in the what time do you go to sleep poll. Man, if I had a consistent bedtime, I could have voted in that, but I don't have a consistent bedtime. Also, I'd have to look at that poll again, but I seem to recall there wasn't an option that actually went as late as I actually go to bed. It is a very, very good night for me if I am in bed by like 2 a.m. Nero, would you be kind enough to type whatever disease followed the chronic pain and in chat? Ulcerative colitis. ULCERATIVE space COLITIS. Maybe don't look at the Wikipedia page for that, it's kind of gross. The primary symptom is your large intestine likes to throw temper tantrums. to put it nicely. I'm lucky enough to have that part basically under control now, but it was not under control for like half of my time in college, and I almost bled to death. That was fun. She told me that before I looked it up, sorry. Close enough, Optic. It's not quite it, but it'll get you where you need to go. Again, though, Wikipedia page is kind of gross, so... It's like Crohn's, it's very similar. Pardon my lack of curiosity. No need to no need to be curious about everything that crosses your path. Oh, could be German. That would do it. Okay. Let's see. That is, I think, about as clean as that is going to get. Which means... let's see. I should put the CPU block on the motherboard before I put it in the tray, because that hard drive cage is going to block me from getting to the back plate. So... that's kind of wet, so fold that over. New motherboard. Literally the exact same as the old motherboard, except hopefully in better working order. Change of topic, is water cooling worth it? I would say that if you want the... I'm glad I did it once for the experience. I'm definitely not doing hard tubing again. That is more trouble than it's worth. I would say if you want the temperatures and in particular the silence that competent water cooling can offer you, that sure, it's worth it. Just understand that there's extra maintenance that comes with it. I am glad I did it once. I am not sure that I would do it a second time. And if I did do it a second time, it would absolutely be soft tubing rather than hard tubing. For most people, though, like especially if fan noise doesn't bother you the way it bothers me, like just get a decent air cooler. It is way less hassle. Oh, same backplate. Okay. Did not know. Okay. Let's see. That goes back here where I don't have to think about it. Be Quiet fans are really good for the price. Yeah, I have used some Be Quiet stuff in the past and enjoyed it. At the moment, my fans are Arctic P12s. Okay. Let's see. I think it is thermal grease time. Hello, Jess. It is going okay. We have completely torn apart the desktop. We have cleaned a bunch of gunk out of some water cooling parts, and we are now in the process of slowly and painstakingly putting it all back together. What brand thermal grease? This is Arctic MX4. Complete with little spatula it came with. I think I'm going to need more thermal grease than I put on here. Yeah. Yes, tried and true. No matter which way it is done. Yeah. I know everybody makes a big fuss about how their way is the best way. I prefer to spread it as thin as I can get it myself. Motherboard wasn't as delayed as... I mean, it was 4 days late. It just got here this afternoon when it was supposed to get here on, Saturday? I guess that's 3 days late. Best is to draw a little smiley face. For your next stream, you should add a transparent box behind the on-screen text. I will see if I can do that. In the meantime, let's do the next best thing and put some dark material behind the chat box. Hey, look at that. No, for it is Wednesday here. It felt like 4 days. That was enough, I suppose. Discovered a blockage in soft-cooled water system via a 144... There's no way. There is absolutely no way that was 144 Celsius. Any modern processor will shut off at 95. He hooked it up wrong and apparently it fried the shutoff first. Oh dear. Yeah, I am surprised it didn't just straight up melt. Alright, come on, let's get in these last little crevices. There we go. Okay. That over there. Try and make sure a cat hair doesn't get in there. Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's clean enough. New valve promotion. Oh, I forgot to clean those fittings. Ugh. Alright, we will deal with that later. Okay, make sure I'm putting this in the right way. Yeah, that should be right. No, you are not in. There we go. Should I get a new piercing tomorrow as a treat? Treat for what is the question, I think. Okay, we have to reseat this. Do not want that cable around that screw. Okay. Or do I? Oh, yeah, that definitely has room. Okay, fine. Having survived thus far, I mean, fair. That is as good a reason as any. And looks like it. And in. Okay. Hello, Chaotix. And hello, Eric. So luckily, this is not anywhere near my first PC build. Which is why I'm comfortable doing things like putting a motherboard on top of a towel. Because I have just kind of learned what will hurt it and what won't. Ugh. Urethra piercing. I am a professional masochist, and I still would not recommend that. Definitely be a fun stream just watching someone try and build a PC for the first time. Agreed. I mean, half of the ultimate upgrades on LTT are basically that. Some of those people have never built a PC before in their lives, despite working for Linus. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Whole chat just going, no! Honestly, Eric, it kind of sounds like some exposure therapy to new things where you can demonstrate your confidence, and competence might do you some good. Oh, really? Okay. I know this came to me used from somewhere on someone on the Hardware Swap subreddit, but I'm pretty sure that thermal pad is not still supposed to have the protective film on. I don't know what that means they did for their boot drive. I guess SATA. I'm still gonna replace that. I don't trust it. Okay, that looks like 1 millimeter. As we grab this. Who is buzzing me? Chloe is buzzing me. Okay. Let's see here. Yep. Do not cut the headphone cord. There we go. Okay. Inside there. Should I save for a 5080? I have a 5070 Ti in my current build. I don't know how much of a... I'd have to look at benchmarks. I don't know how much of an upgrade that's actually going to give you. If I had a 5070 Ti, I would just be waiting for the next generation of cards, at least. Okay, let's see. What did I do? Right, boot drive is over here. Somewhere around here I also have an M.2 screw spare. I guess I'll take that out of the old board. New boot drive, SK Hynix Gold P31. Which I will be removing the sticker to because it is in the way of my thermal pad. Will I be reinstalling Windows? I have a external drive that should be set up to just reinstall from an image backup that I took last night at 6 a.m., so unless I need to reinstall Windows to get at Macrium Reflect, then no. Okay. Oh, and there's no standoff for it either. Joy. Let's see. This looks like... entirely sure how we got away without an M2 standoff or screw, but we did. Let's do it there. Yeah, I mean, even if it's, yeah, first off, this one doesn't say warranty void if removed, and second, I also got that off hardware swap. Made sure it was 100% health and crystal disk mark and all that good stuff anyway, so I know this is a good drive. But this would not be going back to the manufacturer if there was a problem anyway. Okay. Line you up. Mute. Okay. Here be the boot drive. Let's see. Secondary drive. Was here, and what on earth did I do with that M.2 screw? There it is. Over on my laptop. And we get fun and silly music. I mean, as long as it's copyright free. You know what? Here. Let me screw this in, and then I will put on some Stanley Parable music. That seems to fit the definition of fun and silly. Now, if this screw bit is small enough, the real darn help. Here we go. There. Okay. Let's see. Don't need you. Cat is currently loafing on my chest. Oh. let's see, where do I have my music window? Okay. Does this work?
Soundtrack for a video game called The Stanley Parable.
Looks like it works. Oh, that doesn't look great. Okay, first off, let's not drag that with us. And second, I don't know how well this comes through on stream, but you can kind of see that that M.2 drive right there is a little off angle. Good night, Andrew. Okay. That tells me that there should be another standoff somewhere. And I don't know where. Sure as hell ain't on the board. Ooh, boy. Okay. What do I do about that? Yeah, hard to tell through the camera image, I'm sorry, but, okay. That's where it would have to be flush with the screw. And it's not, that would be parallel. And that would be flush. And I think there's a discrepancy there. Just a little one. So there's some dust on this thing still. Goodness. What GPU did I originally have? When I first built this computer, it was a 2080. And then upgraded to a 3090 and haven't looked back. Okay, seriously, what am I gonna do about that M.2 offset? Is this how it was on the old board? That is indeed how it was on the old board. Okay. I'm going to go get a bag of screws and see if I have something that will work in there, and if I don't, I'm just going to say it's okay. Save me, bag o' random screws. Alright, tell me I have something in here. So let's get this off of the screen. Possibly a taller M.2 screw? I guess that would solve the problem. I think I have offsets in here. I really don't. That's a no. Thought I had something for a second. No. Let's see. Let me test this one. Nose reveal. Let's see. Do you fit, user? You do not. Alright, well, we are just going to live with this being a little bit bent. It was clearly working fine before that, and I'm just going to pretend that it will continue to be okay. Now, if you guys want a reveal of what I actually look like, go look up the, you know what, actually, here, let me look this up and paste it in chat. There is a Dream Theater concert where the lead guitarist looks shockingly like me. Am I the guitarist? No. I played percussion growing up. Ten down, oh dear. Sneaky drummer, I bet you do love drumming. I was always the kid tapping things out on random surfaces and annoying everyone around me. Okay, that goes there for now. You're just gonna live with a slightly out-of-place M.2 drive. Did you check the box of the motherboard? I mean, I did. Check it again, but yeah, nothing. Like I said, I got this used, and it's the same. So I don't know if you were around at the start, but the motherboard I'm installing this onto is literally exactly the same make and model as the old board. I'm just assuming that something is wrong with this one, and there wasn't a standoff here either. It was clearly just kinda out of place as it was, so I'm just going to assume that it being out of place for the foreseeable future will still work fine. Screenshot of me into general. Yeah, that's pretty much me. I have a full thin beard rather than a goatee, and I don't bleach my hair because it's not 2004. But other than that, yeah, that is scary similar. Okay, I still need to clean these two fittings. Let's see. You, for now, I think can go back in the box. PNG tuber win. I doubt ever. Where the heck does this play in Stanley Parable? That's a good question. That is the control ending, it looks like. So I assume that's the one where you get to follow the directions all the way to the end and then say that you want to keep the machine on, and then it tries to self-destruct on you with a big countdown. Whereas this one says, and Stanley was happy, which I'm guessing is the default one where you go through all the motions. Har ironic. I wish we could play some of the Doom 2016 soundtrack. I mean, we can. As far as I know, that's not copyrighted. Maybe Subnautica soundtrack. That one I don't have, I don't think. BFG Division. You know what? I will... If y'all are in a metal mood, I will do y'all one better. I have the original download of the Doom Eternal soundtrack on here as well. Let's let the Stanley Parable adventure line play out. Never played through Eternal. I have not played through Eternal, but oh my god, the soundtrack is incredible. And it sucks that Mick Gordon's production process was screwed over so hard, because he really did his best career work on that album, in my opinion. Okay. I have played through all of Eternal on the hardest mode. I envy your skill. Very hyped for the new game he's working on. Yeah, I'm not a big, like, co-op PvE shooter kind of person. That's a lie. I put like 400 hours into Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. But I am excited for Defect.
8.
Okay, Doom Eternal.
Against all the evil that hell can conjure, all the wickedness that mankind can produce,
There we go.
we will send.
I mean, neither but more Mick Gordon music. Yeah, I am not opposed to buying that game just for the soundtrack.
Till it is done.
Okay. You still need cleaning, apparently. If you say 230 hours of desk slamming is skill, I won't disagree. And probably still better than I can manage. Two things I'm waiting for, Factorio 2.1 and Engagement, which is a horror exfil shooter. Fascinating. How's the audio balance? Am I still coming in loud and clear over the mic with this blaring? All good? Okay. I will trust you. Okay. Let's see. Is it time to put the motherboard in the case? I think it might be. Alright. Let's lay this towel back out and then give this a shot. All right. A few thousand hours combined in Counter-Strike, Valorant, and Overwatch. I mean, more than I've put in, for sure. Okay, excellent. I'm going to take the opportunity to plug these back in while we're here. Great. Not that I use that, but... Okay. Let's do the evil thing and start with the screw right in the middle of the board. So is it just me, or is that plastic film still on? That plastic film is definitely still on. But it's still on here too, isn't it? Oh yeah, you know it is. Okay. Doom Eternal soundtrack making my Kerbal Space Program gameplay unnecessarily exciting. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm doing my best to straddle the line here. You didn't want Space Age. Didn't want Stanley Parable. This was next on the list. No, it's a good thing. Okay. If it becomes a bad thing, let me know. Okay. Oh, let's see. I should reconnect the front panel audio and whatnot before I go any farther. Let's see. And what were you? USB to the Nolly, I think. Let's see. You come through. You go in there. Alright. Now we play the super fun game of can I reinstall the front panel header crap without having to look at the manual? Beautiful. Alright. Ugh. Apologies for the cracked knuckles. Oh, let's see. What else? Next should be the distro plate, so I can plug the water pump. Back in there. And I should probably put the fans in after that. Almost 2 a.m. here, need to go. See ya, Optic. Don't kill your PC again, I want to see more streams in the future. Hopefully, assuming this works, there will be a stream tomorrow. Going back to building some mega bases in Dyson Sphere. Failing that, there will be Factorio streams. But one way or the other. Get some good rest. Okay. That screws in from the back, which means I'm gonna need to set this up sideways again. It might work tomorrow already. It might work tonight, but not at a timely, not soon enough tonight that I would be comfortable then streaming Dyson Sphere for another few hours. But there will be testing tonight at least. Okay. Yes, I did get all the hardware necessary. The motherboard and boot drive that are in there right now are new and fresh. Which, in theory, means this should be the end of my unexpected store exceptions whenever I try to stream Dyson Sphere for more than, like, 5 minutes. Okay. First 2 screws in. 10 more to go. Let's see.
Once the spirit is broken and enough pain has been inflicted, only when the human has lost all hope will it be transferred to the soul extraction chamber. The demons only utilize a portion of the resources that come from the human soul. It was the Makers and the Sentinel Priests who discovered and unlocked the true power of the essence. They combined Sentinel and Hell energies
Enhancing my
together.
experience, thank you.
And created
I aim to please.
large. With it they did one.
Wish there was a little less Chad Mossholder, but that's neither here nor there.
Heal the sick.
Honestly, I feel kind of bad for the guy. It's not his fault that Marty couldn't pay Mick on time. So he recovered data off an old laptop hard drive, had some old music on it, had some odd songs in my library. Boy, I almost do not want to recover my old laptop hard drive from when I was in college, because I imagine there was some very strange music on there too. Okay. Let's see. That's in around there. Ugh. Okay, make sure that doesn't get pinched. Water pump plugged in there. Beautiful. Alright. Last thing to plug in down here. Actually, no, two things. I need the temperature sensor again. Oh, did that get cleaned? That did not need cleaned. Goodness. Okay. I might argue. Okay. Over the USB cable, please, not under it. Let's see. Let me go out. Need one like here. Alright. Temperature sensor plugged in. And then one annoying aspect of the radiators, in this case the way I have them, is I have to plug in the fans on the bottom before I plug in the radiator, because the radiator is going to block that, that plug. So we're going to have some loose fans for a few minutes here. But worse things have happened. Still right on the other side for some reason. Oh, have I ever played any PvP FPS? Not really. I mean, I haven't gotten away without, like, dabbling a bit in Counter-Strike, and... that's not true. Okay. I was big into Team Fortress 2 back in the day. Back when that was a viable thing to be into. I wasn't any good, but I loved playing it. And I did do some Overwatch when that was in its heyday as well. But for the most part, I would say I'm a PvE kind of person. co-op PvE or just PvE? I've done, like I said a bit ago, I did a bunch of Mass Effect 3 multiplayer when that was around. But for the most part, I tend to prefer like single player stuff. There's your BFG division, Chloe. Okay, let's see. Which of these... which of these is going to get plugged into what here? That should do it. Mess with the RGB LEDs later. Yes, this is BFG Division 2020 from Doom Eternal. Okay, just don't pinch those. Okay. Time for a radiator. Which in turn means time for a couple of fittings. Separate those. Those could use another cleaning pass. Okay, see if I can remember which one goes where. If these would tighten, that would be great. Okay. Definitely not those two. Okay. Apparently those two pipes went to the upper radiator and not the lower one. Which means what we actually want is this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. That one there. Alright, let's get this radiator screwed in. We get a cat update. She is still happily sleeping away on my bed behind me. When am I going to stream? Approximately tomorrow. Assuming this all works out, I am hoping to stream starting like early afternoon here. So maybe like current time minus 6 hours. I know if I start too late, it's not great for you Europeans, so I want to make sure you have an opportunity to tune in as well. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty straight. Good luck with the PC. Thank you very much. Get some good rest. Alright. We have our first two tubes in over here. Try to get these fans at least partway in before finishing screwing in the radiator. So So just in case I have to undo it, it's not that much of a pain. Okay. Okay. It's enough. We need to start pulling cords at the other end. There we are. Almost. What do you connect to? And just like that, we have a beautiful, nearly wire-free looking bottom section of our desktop. Only about 1 billion more screws to get this settled. Sorry for bumping the microphone. Okay. How many is that? 1, 5, 6, 11. Okay. Alright. Finish screwing this thing onto the bottom. And we will have 1/2 in business. What's the cat up to? She is sleeping. If she was awake, you would hear it. Kitty is many things, but subtle is not one of them. If she wants something, she will let you know. Okay. Good. There's some CPU fittings on while I'm thinking about it. Maybe also clear. It's good to be expressive in your needs. I completely agree. I would rather have a cat that tells me what she needs than a cat that doesn't know how to express themselves and is just depressed because I'm not giving them what they want. Okay, one. No, I did not bribe the cat. She just happens... Well, I shouldn't say that. I happen to be doing this during the time of day when she is typically out of it. Oh, I take it back. She is mildly awake and staring at me. Let's see. Her name is Liara, and she is a little sweetheart. Okay, let's see. Handle the graphics card to the best. Let's see. What do we need then? I guess upper radiator. Which means I need to turn this around. Hope not pinch anything beneath all this mess. Okay. Let's see. fine. I was supposed to go to 100 milligrams from 50, but back then I felt good about it. I mean, do you not feel good about it now, or do you not feel good in general? Is that the issue? That is how that's supposed to go. Come on, people. There we go. There we are. Alright. All the radiator screws. Come on, cooperate. There
Your
we
super
go.
shotgun is nearby. A relic from your past. The priests have kept it hidden from you in this remote location.
Boy, as much as I like the music in these games, the writing did not really inspire joy, did it? All right. All 12 radiator screws. That was John Carmack. Yes, Chloe. I don't know. I could get down with the 2016 story of there is a stock story, but the player character doesn't care about it. But when they try to layer on all this other crap about makers and... yeah, I don't know. I have a very hard time carrying. Number 2. These cables now, I don't have to think about them until later. All right. Come on, you can do it. Okay, 4 more. Alright. Let's see. Where does that leave us? Okay. This is progressively getting heavier and more annoying to work with. Okay. RGB. Bundle all this crap together. Yeah. Excellent. Alright. Which means... Let's get that. There we go. Okay, we're back. Perils of getting cables hooked on other cables. Sorry about that. Oh, let's see. Okay, and plugged in. Oh, let's see. What now? Now we finish some cable management down here and then start plugging in power. Let's see. Not always RGB. This all is not RGB. Alright, bundle that up nice and tight, and that can just sit at the bottom of the case. Do stuff. Let's see, temperature sensor. We can just shove that down there. In fact, might be. Wrap that in with system cables here. Okay. Power supply, power supply. Right. Okay. That. This. Okay. There. Screw 3 and put this safely out of the way. Screw 4. Okay. And there are very few screws left. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, let's start putting power cables where they belong. Okay, deal with you in a minute. Let's see. ATX straight through there. Plugged in there and there. And then which of these is the CPU pin? The pen. There we go. Get shoved through that way. Would if there was room. Come on, I can feel you working. Ah. Oh, actually, let's not put this through the grommet, especially if that means snapping the grommet up. place. Here instead. Okay. That feels much better.
It is futile to resist my will. It is my right to take what is required from that which we created.
Rarely has pushing it hard enough ever failed me. Rarely. Occasionally. Okay, let's see. That one that way, that one that way. Let's see. Need graphics coming out this way. Atop the PSU.
I will answer the humans' prayers. Reward those that believe.
1 in, 2 in. Okay, let's see here. Needed Molex for you. You're a 2-pin, which makes this a fun experience every time. I feel like I'm bleeding. Am I bleeding? I don't think so. Okay. Oh, and then I had this. What was this doing? Why was this here? Ah, that was power for the RGB controller. Okay. Yes, that also needs to be there. How do I like the rear compartment layout? I wish there were more cable management options for the rear, other than, like, shove all the cables back here and don't worry about it. But I do still prefer it over, like, a traditional ATX design. I think dual chamber is definitely the way to go. Okay. Let's see. Ugh, filthy. Okay, 2 plugs into here. 1. Try and get this on camera. 2. And a USB connection down there. Where did that go? Here it is. Oh, that's a sucky thing to find out, Franklin. I swear, some manufacturers just don't... I would have expected better of Fractal, honestly, but some manufacturers just don't really test building stuff in their own cases. Okay. There. Oh, actually, that's the one that barely goes. And you. They're the problem children. Let's see. There. Come on. There we go. Okay, there's going to be an extra one of those for the LED strip on the GPU water block when we get to it. Let's see, which of these is clearly that one. Okay, I'll come back to that. One in, two in. Motherboard is barely old enough to have a USB-C header, but I'm just shocked they didn't make all the cables 6 inches longer. I mean, that's what I mean, right? Like, I get that costs have to be cut somewhere, but at the end of the day, if your cables don't all reach, then it's not a functional case, is it? Then again, I probably shouldn't be trying to plug this in just yet. In fact, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. You're going to unplug this and actually plug it in when it comes time to reinstall the GPU, which we need to do first. Math question, says Fire Wizard. If I'm flying a plane at an altitude of 400 meters, approximately... I feel like I did not see that question in time. Okay. ATX cable. EPS cable. Unrelated question, how many Gs can a pilot withstand? Depends on the pilot, from what I understand. So, I don't know. Try it and find out. Report back. Okay. Yeah, I have seen the car wash question. Seems like a very silly thing to get tripped up on, and yet... Okay. Alright. GPU time. Okay. You know what I just realized? I didn't want to plug the ATX cable in yet, because I need to run it without actual power for a little while to run the pump and fill up the water cooling loop. Whoopsies. That is a problem for 20 minutes from now. Not expecting me to be listening to this kind of music. I mean, I started off this stream playing space age music, and people wanted something else, so Doom Eternal it is. Okay. 2 more fittings, and I want to give these another cleaning pass. Truth told, Ancient, this is a lot closer to what I usually listen to if given a choice. Much as I love the Factorio and Space Age soundtracks, my home is in prog metal and related. Oh boy, that is just not going to get any better, is it? Okay. Well, I guess we are going to hope that clean enough is good enough. Portal 2 next? Yeah, I'm down if you guys are down. Hold your cat above and chant to the machine gods. Oh gosh. Pitch shift in Factorio music streams could be related to WebRTC. Pilot died at 28 Gs. RIP. What time is it where you are, Sneaky Drummer? Soundtrack is copyrighted but not in Content ID. You know, as long as the stream doesn't get me a strike on YouTube or whatever, I don't especially care what the official license is. Favorite metal band? That has to go to Tool. With some healthy heapings of Meshuggah, and recently I've been on a Mars Volta kick, and I've really been enjoying that. Oh, that was a choice of a musical cue. Alright, let's get some Portal 2 going here. Let's see. There we go. Ever heard of a perfect circle? Of course I have. Favorite Tool song? Oh gosh. Tough contest, but I think it has to go to Invincible. Which is one off of their... it feels wrong to call it their latest album, given that it's 6.5 years old at this point, but I guess it is their latest album still. And yes, Twitch did say they would stop enforcing their no combined chat rule. Yeah, latest by technicality, exactly. Okay. Sorry about the mic bump. Okay. Okay, now if memory served, last time I put these. Over pipe. Alright. I'm sorry, Chloe. And yeah, Twitch and YouTube chats are still not exactly a combined experience. I'm just doing my best to integrate it with a little thing in the corner. Okay. Alright. We are starting to come together here. Why don't we throw our other expansion cards in while we're at it? What's the point of putting in the water cooling right now? I mean, I'm not putting the water in. I am just trying to make sure that everything lines up properly before every other component gets situated. But we seem to be on a good run with that. Okay. As tempted as I am to see if those two memory sticks actually work, for the time being, I'm just gonna put the two known good ones in. So we can get this thing working ASAP. Okay, that's one. Come on. There we go. Slot 3. Okay. And Finishing touch on the liquid loop. Well, not quite finishing touch. We still need plugs on the backside. Which track is this? This is track 3, 999999. I'm gotta go. See ya, unknown. Come on, why are we stuck? We should not be stuck. Okay. All right. Oh, let's see. Another thing from here is to get this LED cable shoved into the back. Everything else up front is in good shape. Pull this out. EPS cable is ending up. Okay, got that LED cable. Why don't we... Okay, idea. Shove the UTX cable in that drive bay, so we can shove the UPS cable in this drive bay. Come on. Okay, that's good enough. Let's see. Shove above. That leaves us with, let's see here. 1, 2 power cables, 1 USB cable. That was dramatic. Why do I not have enough Velcro ties? I don't know why I don't have enough Velcro ties. Give me a second. Okay. Oh, Kitty is asleep again, but I will take a picture in a moment and throw it into the pets channel on the Discord. Just finish wrapping that up. Okay, cat picture incoming. Yeah, if I could find a way to have a cat cam without also having a me cam, I would do it. That said, for what it's worth, I'm amazed she has been in one position this long. It is past her treat time right now, and I should be hearing that sometime soon. Okay, put that in upside down. Let's not do that. Okay, power 1, power 2. LED 1. LED 2. She has a cat tree that she sleeps in. She sleeps on top of the computer that I am repairing right now. Most of the time she sleeps like on the back of the couch that's next to my desk. I am not sure how feasible it would be to put a camera over there, but I can look into it at least. Okay. And of course that dies immediately. Come on, we need slack here. Isn't that always how it is, Franklin? It's never the really expensive stuff that they go for. It is cardboard boxes and random towels and crap. Okay. I think that was the last cable. Popular because it belongs to the dog. Yeah. Nothing that a cat loves more than something that is someone else's. Okay. Don't know what I did with my plugs, but I have spares. So we are going to put one of them in down here. Oh, you know what I just realized I need that I don't have here is a power cord. Let's see. And then the other one goes in here. Overheating? No, it's liquid cooled. It has plenty of thermal mass, but the air does blow upwards. So Kitty gets to be warmer. But there's plenty of other holes in this case for air to escape through from the bottom radiator in particular. I am not terribly worried about it overheating. Off. Okay. I mean, again, air blows upwards, so in theory, cat hair does not really make it into the computer in the first place. Okay. I think that is everything. Except I need to... Well, there's a few things I need to do here. One is I need to disconnect ATX power from the motherboard. And replace it with this little doohickey that shorts power onto ground so you can turn on power to everything except the actual computer, which is what will allow me to put water into the system progressively without actually turning on and off the machine over and over and over again. Okay. I need a power cable. I have water. Alright, I think we are almost ready to start testing this. This isn't going to be very interesting for a visual for a little while, but that is neither here nor there at the moment. Also, if this cable could not way, that would be great. This would shove itself back up there. Yeah, now the attempt counter starts. Exactly. One moment while I get a power cable, and then we will start filling this loop. Oh, another drink too. Okay. Let's see. That goes there. Ugh. Chair gets out of the way, hopefully. Alright. Oh, and putting it in started it immediately, so at least we have power on. The Coke counter is now at 3. Okay. And we use the magic of squeeze bottles to put distilled water into this thing. Hope to God I tighten all these fans enough. But if we didn't, that is why we're building on top of a tunnel. Okay. Because we do not want to run this pump dry if we can avoid it. Oh, and the cat got up. That is a fairly fitting time for the cat to get up. I'm surprised she made it this long. And I, hopefully, am getting to the point in this build where it's software stuff that doesn't work as well on stream. So assuming this continues to work, we may be wrapping up soon. It's only been, what, 4.5 hours? Okay. Alright. More distilled water into them. Never do this stuff for 4.5 hours. Just distracted first, or what? What do you think would keep you? Hate working on my computer. For someone as computer literate as you, and who works in the industry, I am surprised to hear that. I thought I was the one who wanted their machines to just work. But yes, the caffeine does help. Okay. Booth is almost full. We don't count the masses of bubbles I can still hear. But it's full enough that the pump can run wet. And hello, guess who made themselves known? Oh my goodness, what a loud opinion that was. Do we just have opinions? My goodness. Oh. Hi. Would you like to come express an opinion to the internet? Huh? Hi, here is a kitty. She is being very squirmy. I know. Can you look at the camera? Oh. Mwah. Oh, I love you. I know that's not what you wanted. Okay. Let's see. The loop is full enough now. I am going to plug the ATX cable back in. We have RGBs lit up on the motherboard, which is a good sign. Ugh. Alright. One display port cable into the graphics card. And we will see how this worked. Okay, moment of truth. Yes, I know. I'm getting to you. I'm getting to you. Yes, I am. Not promising. Oh, it would probably help if I turned the power supply back on. Okay. We have lights. We have fans. We have post. Video will show up on this monitor, if anything. Scanning for signal. No DP signal from device. And these fans are blowing at 100% speed for reasons. Also, the top fans are not blowing at all, which is presumably a motherboard setting. Okay. Hello, X-Fred. The motherboard does not have a debug LED, unfortunately. It does have a speaker output that I could plug a speaker into if I got desperate. Is it possible this motherboard isn't updated for this CPU? I don't think so. That would be extremely annoying. Oh. Okay, let's see here. Well, I didn't go into this expecting it would just magically work the first time. Let's tighten that plug and good look at where we are. Oh, let's see. Yeah, we have LEDs. We have more LEDs if we power on. We have fans and a water pump spinning very loudly, but not all of the fans. Goodness, that's a lot. But still no display outputs. Yes, arguably the most important thing. The LEDs are just fine. Okay, let's see here. Issue. What could the issue be? really don't want to plug in a speaker, but I may have to. Could it be doing RAM training? I suppose. I mean, I could just leave it like this for a few minutes and see what happens. You know what? I am going to do that while I give the cat a treat. Check your DMs after stream. I will do that. Kitty is going to keep crying at me until she gets her treat now that she's awake, so I'm going to take care of that, and maybe this will be okay by the time I get back. Hi. Still nothing, it looks like, huh? Okay. Oh, let's think. What could be wrong here? Speaker time. Oh, where is the speaker header on this thing? Probably somewhere buried under these fans. Hello, Kodiak. We have our motherboard and boot drive swapped out. Everything is installed and there is no post. I'm gonna skip this song, sure. Oh, you don't like the friendly faceplate? Ugh. Okay. Let's see. I have no graphics output from the CPU, so I can't test that. The Mobo does not have a postcode display, but it does have a speaker output somewhere, and I have a speaker somewhere that I could plug into it. So we can get at it that way, if need be. Also, the top fans aren't spinning for some reason, which is a disconcerting problem. Let me try reseating the RAM here. Let's go down to 1 sec. Does not appear to be the issue. And yeah, top fans are concerning. I have no idea why it would be doing that. No, the cable is this cable right here. It is definitely plugged in. They are daisy-chained, so in theory 2 of 3 of them could be disconnected, but one of them is absolutely connected. Sorry. Well, I'd really like to not drain and tear this whole thing apart again, just to put the original motherboard back in. Yeah, I think the best thing to do for now is to unplug and replug all of these cables. But I'm gonna do this, and then I have another theory. I have not done a CMOS hard reset yet, which I may need to do. My other theory is that I highly doubt the previous owner of this board had PCIe bifurcation enabled. Which means this would be throwing off the graphics card. Let me just try that, see if that does anything. Still nothing about the top fans, which is still not ideal. Yeah, no 12-volt high power, just two 8-pin PCIEs. Scanning for signal. It's not an issue with ports, I don't think. Is there another fan header? Yeah, there is. Bare minimum, I can use that one there. It's not gonna reach without me having to route it around from the back again, but that can be done. Give me a second. I am going to look up... Is that a GT210 I spy? No. This is a PCIe to NVMe adapter, so 2 NVMe drives here for game recording footage. Do a CMOS reset first. Yeah. Give me a second. I want to see... Okay. I did just look up the... is that an issue? I looked up the post I got this motherboard from on Hardware Swap, and they had a 3000 series 3700 CPU in here previously, which I'm hoping does not mean that I have to do a motherboard BIOS update on this yet. I think they already needed a BIOS update to be able to run 3000 series. I could be wrong. Okay, let me figure out what their CMOS pins are for this. This is a 5800X3D. Clear CMOS pins. Definition? Is that what I'm looking for? I kind of doubt it. Let's see. You do not want to give me any actual downloads here. And that is the site's fault. Maybe. iPhone user, yes. attached to the US website. Sure, acceptable cookies. Yeah, it might be a BIOS update. I'm really hoping that's not the answer. This song is I Saw a Deer Today from the Portal 2 soundtrack. Okay. Let's see. I have a physical copy of this in one of the somewhere. There we are. Okay. Oh, interesting. The top ones may not be spinning because that is the CPU fan header, and since I have a water pump plugged in. Okay, that could explain that. Piercing this shouldn't be this hard. Yeah, when the motherboard manual comes out, you know something has gone very, very wrong. Okay. Where is this? Under the ceilings. Aha. I see. Reach them. That's a good question. Maybe, kinda, sorta. Not really. Okay. Next best option. Fix-it screwdriver. Sorry, Nikki. See you around. Okay. Okay. Let's see. That's also. So now I do. I looked out to find the keyboard and I've already got it. 2 steps ahead of myself. Okay. He says after shorting those pins to hold down the delete key while booting. This does not appear to be doing much. Possible that I did not short them correctly, but I have, in theory, shorted the clear RTC pins, and I'm trying to boot with default RAM timings. Okay, if the steps above do not help, remove the onboard battery and short the 2 pins again to clear seamless RTC RAM data. Okay, that's not it. Let's see. See if blah. Railcom GB. Yes, I have tried turning it off and on again. the tests are running. Okay, where are the speaker pins? Okay. Alright, I am going to dig out a speaker from somewhere. Oh, let's see. Okay, that didn't take long. And getting to the speaker is a whole other question. Yeah, I need to remove some of these fans. Just one. That's okay, we can do that. Low Sage. Yes, there is a, this motherboard does not have a debug LED, but that is what we are attempting to work our way to with the speaker here. Let's see. Oops, sorry. Come on. Okay. Oh. Can I even fit? Oh dear. Okay. It's very behind the radiator. I really need to get the other fan out of the way too. I think I might. Ugh. Oh? Aha. Is that... Okay, I think we've gotten it. Alright, let's try this again. I am not hearing any speaker noise. I'm pretty sure it's plugged in correctly. What happens if I flip that? Okay, is that in? It's definitely in at this point. Since I have better access now, we'll try this one more time. Still nothing, really. I guess technically I haven't tested this speaker. But I can't imagine that that's the issue. So it's not even getting to a speaker code. That's disconcerting. Oh, why don't we try and yank the battery? Okay. Give that a few seconds. Somebody do me a solid and check and see whether the Asus Prime X470 Pro needs a BIOS update to go from Ryzen 3000 series to Ryzen 5000 series. Oh my goodness, Cat. I don't think you know the answer to that question. Okay. And yeah, the layout of the CPU socket is standardized across generations. I'm just not sure that, It's okay, my goodness. No, it's okay, Fire Wizard. I am curious if the Asus Prime X470 Pro motherboard needs a BIOS update to go from Ryzen 3000 series to Ryzen 5000 series. Because if it does, that is probably the problem. Oh my goodness, I hear you, little one. From 3000 to 5000, yeah. The previous owner of this board had a 3700. And I am trying to get this to work on a 5800 X3D. And I'm curious if that needs a BIOS update. You know what I just realized? I have an air cooler. I could have tested this before sticking the water cooling loop together and filling this all back up. You may be able to use Easy Flash. I'm assuming that means formatting a drive with the BIOS. Right, yeah, a flash drive. Oh, this does have Easy Flash. I know it does. I really wish I could find the clear CMOS pins on here, but... Yeah, I'm thinking this is something I am going to have to debug off stream. Let's delete F2 during post. They're seamless and reset the motherboard. Yeah. Okay, audio, TPM, SATA, front panel, one front panel, 2.0, thermal. Which is definitely not a problem. There is no USB flashback button on the motherboard, as far as I am aware. Actually, let's take a look. I have another motherboard I can look at here. Isn't that lovely? Let's see. Yeah, it's usually on the I/O panel, but this is a slightly older model of motherboard. Alright, let's think. What needs to be done here? I need... Okay, try Easy Flash. You see the back I/O? I mean, there's not much to it. But sure. Yeah, it's basically just USB ports, display, which doesn't matter because this CPU doesn't have an integrated GPU. Audio, Ethernet, nothing obvious that would help you push a button and get back where you need to be. Yeah, can you believe I got this particular motherboard with the intent of making this easier on myself? Okay. Let's see. I need to find a basic flash drive laying around somewhere. I'm gonna have at least one. Try to get it set up for Easy Flash. And if that doesn't work, then I need to buy a I don't even know what the CPU model would be, like a 2700G or something like that. Something that would have onboard graphics output and is of a old enough Ryzen model, hello kitty, that I could boot into this, update the BIOS, and then continue with the CPU we actually want. Hello, Liono. No post is the problem. Hi, kitten. My goodness. What loud opinions we have. Oh, from one custom hardline water cooling user to another, we chose hard mode. Yes. There's like a 800 version disparity between the 3000 series and 5000 series validated BIOSes. That's joyous. Okay. Alright, try to get Easy Flash, and if not, order a new CPU. Try and put that in and see what it does. It would probably not also go amiss to have a little extra soft tubing laying around, so I guess that's the Amazon trip for the night. Okay. Alright. I think I know it. Honey, I hear you. I hear you. No. No swipes. Alright. I think I have next steps, and they're not really things I can do on stream. So I am going to call it here for the night, and do what I can to, the thing I saw recommended to keep the old CPU in there to update BIOS. I'm sure it did. Okay. Alright, I have next steps. None of them can be done immediately or on stream. So I am going to call it here for the night, and maybe come back with a new debug my computer update stream tomorrow, or maybe it'll be working by tomorrow. I guess we'll find out. Keep us updated. Yes, I will certainly do that. Thank you all for being here, for hanging out as we, if you happen to live in SoCal, I do not. I live in Chicago. So, as much as I appreciate the offer, that's not quite gonna work out. But that is okay. It honestly wouldn't be the worst idea to just, like, have a low-power Ryzen CPU with iGPU output anyway, so just in case. One of those just-in-case components that might come in handy from time to time. Close enough, I wish. Alright. Thank you all. I am gonna hang it up here for the night, and I will keep you posted in the Discord. Lived in Palatine when I bought the CPU. So you know the area. Alright, good night everyone. I will talk to you later tonight or tomorrow. Take care.